Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Monday, only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the October 1st, 2022 Vinyl Treasure Show. Can't believe that we are in the month of October already. Time flies by when you're having fun, right? You know, the thing is, it's when you're older, time goes by so much faster versus when you're younger. That's the way I find it. But welcome to the 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. Pulled out some cool 45's out of my collection tonight. Lots of your requests, and I had a very difficult week this week. My tooth cracked in the back, the molar, and it's gouging into my jaw, and I have to go Monday to get that fixed. And I didn't take my dental as part of my Cobra, so I'm gonna have to work out a deal with Dr. Ward. But anyway, I'll see. It's okay now as long as I can talk. I was gonna put some gauze up there so it didn't cut my lip. But anyway, I am here, and we just opened up the vocal port, it's with an instrumental as we normally do. We opened up with Curtis Ousley. I think that's how you pronounce his name. That was his real name. He was originally from Fort Worth, Texas. He was a master saxophonist, but he moved to New York City, became a session musician. His sax can be heard on some of the great recordings, Group Harmony and other artists throughout his career in the 50s and early 60s. Just played on so many sessions, and he did have his own recordings. First recorded for Groove Records, I think in January of 1956, but this was his second release. It came out on the Apollo label in April of 57. It was called Dynamite at Midnight. And we just heard from Mr. King Curtis. King Curtis there from April 1957 on the Apollo label. Dynamite at Midnight is the name of the tune. And he also has recordings. I think I have a couple on Deluxe. He has a ton on Atco, ABC, Paramount, plus other labels. Anyway, let's start it off here with the vocal portion. And we open up with a request for listener Timothy. He is in our YouTube chat room. As this group is originally from Gary, Indiana, they signed with Vivian Carter's VJ label back in 1953. They had 20 releases on the VJ label. Now, Timothy requested their 15th release. And so many artists have covered this song through the years. And maybe Timothy, because the hurricane has, hit down in Florida, which devastated parts of Florida, by the way, and our thoughts and prayers are with those. Now they're trying to get back to a normalcy there, but I know some people, actually, Nat down in Naples, Florida, he said it was pretty bad down there, but he got through it. I think he said downtown Naples was flooded, had like 5 feet of water in downtown Naples, but he's okay. A couple of the other people also contacted me in Florida, and they're doing fine. But anyway, that's probably why Timothy requested this record. This charted number 26 on KJOE in Shreveport, Louisiana. The great Pookie Hudson on lead. We open up the vocal portion with the Spaniels from July 58 on the VJ label, their rendition of the tune, Stormy Weather.
I don't know why. There's no sun up in the sky. Stormy weather. Me and my gal ain't been together. Keeps raining all the time. All time. Life is bad, and gloom and misery's everywhere. It's stormy weather. Me and my gal ain't been together. Keeps raining all the time. Since you went away, the blues walked in and met me. You don't come back to stay. Old rocking chair will get me. And all I do is pray that the Lord above will let me walk in the sun. Can't go on, and everything I have is gone in stormy weather. weather. Stormy weather. Since me and my gal ain't been together. Keeps raining all the time. All time. Everything I have is gone, it's stormy weather. Since me and my gal ain't been together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time.
That's the great sound of the Spaniels to open up the vocal portion here for the August 1st show. By request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room, the Spaniels, that's their 15th release on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, July 1958, song entitled Stormy Weather. And here's one for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room, as this singer's real name was Obi-D Jesse, but he recorded as Young Jesse. He was a member of a number of vocal groups out in the West Coast. I think he was a member of the Crowns, not the lead singer, but member, or maybe he did lead, I don't know. Didn't get a chance to check, but the Crowns, I think, the Chimes, the Flares, the Five Hollywood Blue Jays, the Hunters, the Jackalacks, these groups all related too, by the way. The Rams, the Whips, and I think even the Coasters he was a member of. But he began a solo career. He was just 17 years old when he started recording, although he doesn't sound like a 17-year-old, at least on this recording. But this is on the Bahari Brothers Modern record label. I think he started back in 1954. This is his fourth release for Modern, requested by Kenny Mack, September 1956. Let's give a listen to Young Jesse. Young Jesse on the Modern label. It's called Hit, Get, and Split.
I'm gonna hit, get, and split, coming back home to you. I'm gonna hit, get, and split, nothing left for me to do, 'cause nobody else can take the place of you. Well, I've got the blues, my baby's not here with me. Yes, I've got the blues, my baby's not here with me. She's a little bitty chicken and I'm never gonna let her be. I said, love me, baby, love me a long, long time. Love me, baby, love me a long, long time. 'Cause I'm coming home, I'm really gonna make you mine. I'm gonna hit, get, and split, calling back home to you. I'm gonna hit, get, and split, nothing left for me to do, 'cause nobody else can take the place of you. Hey, 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 hey. Lips like fluid drive. Hydromatic kisses, lips like fluid drive. Every time you kiss me, you make my temperature rise. So clean house, baby, tell him that it's on his way. Clean house, woman, tell him that it's on his way. Don't make no ring just 'cause I'm coming home to stay. I'm gonna hit, get, and split, coming back home to you. I'm gonna hit, get, and split, nothing left for me to do, 'cause nobody else old?
Well, he was a little bit older because he was 17 and 54, I think. So he's more like 19 there, maybe almost 20 years old there. So maybe a 20-year-old voice there, but that's young Jesse. September 1956, it's on the Modern record label, Hit, Get, and Split. Now, Kenny, I think, are you visualizing, or were you watching this on your phone or your PC? Because if you're on your phone, you can. There's a way to see the chat down below versus coming up within the text or the picture. And George, you have to hit. You're on mute, which is why you don't hear anything. If you're in chat, you should be fine. You're on mute. I know it's difficult. We are not really computer literate. Listen, it's one of my uncle went to have a test done in one in the doctor's office. Of course, he's 83. They said, "Here, click the mouse." He goes, "What mouse? I don't have a mouse." He didn't know anything about a mouse. So anyway, it's very difficult. It's very difficult sometime with this new technology, especially for us oldsters. But I've been using it, in my work and whatnot. If you use it every day, you kind of get used to it. But if you're not, like with your phone, I'm not the greatest on the phone like these young kids are, as Johnny G is babbling on. But let's continue here. We count down the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s Vinyltreasure show. So we're going to open up here from November of 1953. Actually, it's a flip side from last week. And I featured the Velvets on Red Robin for Bob Evans, their second of 3 on Red Robin. The song was called At Last. And Marvin Pod, he asked for the flip side. So we'll send this one out to Marvin Pod. He is in our YouTube chat room here. This has Charles Sampson on lead. November 1953, The Great Sound of the Velvets on Red Robin. This is for Marvin. The song is called I.
I want you so, more than you know. Need you more than you know. More than you know. Please come back to me. Won't you hear my plea? Hurry back to me. Are you angry at me, darling? I love you so. Are you angry? Are you sad? You know I love you so. I love you so. More than you know. Why must you go? Are you angry at me, darling? You know I love you so. Are you angry? Are you sad? You know I love you so. Baby, please come back to me. hear my plea. Hurry back to me.
November 1953 release there for the Velvets. The Velvets on Bobby Robinson and Danny Robinson's Red Robin record label. Their tune called I. That's going out to Marvin Pod. George, click to the right of the picture on YouTube. Click the speaker box. There's probably an X there. That's why he can't hear me. So how's he gonna know? He's not gonna know. Oh my goodness! Maybe I should hold up a card. You know, it was funny. When I went to the VA with my father because he couldn't hear, so I was trying to translate. She had these cards that she was holding up. I says, no, he doesn't need that. You need to be a little bit more clear when you're talking. It was funny. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are 1953. Here's a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He's under the weather tonight, but he's watching Johnny G on his iTV, and he requested the Orchids. The Orchids on King. This is not the same Orchids that recorded, at least I don't think it is, up in Chicago. This Orchids is maybe from New York. I don't know. They really don't know a lot about this Orchids group. But it's not Sam Gilbert and the group. They were out of Chicago, and they did two for Sid Nathan's King record label. This is their second. This is actually a cover song. This song was first recorded by John Greer and his Rhythm Rockers in July of 53, I think on RCA Records. But this one came out in September 53. This is going out to Joe Shacatano. The Orchids on the King label. It's called Beginning to Miss You.
Beginning to sigh every morning, beginning to cry when every day is through, longing to hold you, longing to kiss you, beginning to miss you, beginning to hate the morning sunrise, beginning to hate evening sunset too, longing to hold you, longing to thrill you, beginning to miss you. Somehow I never realized how much you mean to me. Somehow I never realized how empty life could be. Beginning to feel blue and lonely, beginning to wonder what am I to do. Longing to hold you, longing to kiss you, beginning to miss you. To feel blue and lonely, beginning to wonder what am I to do. Longing to hold you, longing to kiss you, beginning to miss you. Beginning to miss you.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano there watching Johnny G on his TV. Those are the Orchids. The Orchids from September 1953, the second of two on the King record label, Beginning to Miss You. Their record's not easy to find, especially that one. That is the harder one of the two. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program and you're just watching or passing by and you like it, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends we do this every Saturday from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight, although we're going to go at least an hour overtime tonight. Lots of requests tonight to get to. Some great tunes also, so sit back and relax at least for the next 4 hours. If not, you can watch it on the archive. You got to go to bed early? Well, you can check it out. It's been actually pretty good with the archives on YouTube, although somebody was watching an October 21st show from last year. I played the four, is it the Four Gents, Linda on Park? They said I was playing, I was playing some new song that they said, but they blocked it in Belarus and Russia. Well, my 10,000 listeners there unfortunately won't be able to hear the show, but I don't know what's up with YouTube anyway, but let's continue here. And up next, a request for listener Butch Ford. I think, Butch, you were going to ask me for this record, and this group supposedly is out of California. They have this one release that came out on the Mercury record label. I think at one time this record was top priority for record dealer collector extraordinaire Val Shively. I think at one time this was his top record, at least in the catalog that I had back from 1971 or something. But this was on the top of the list, but I have a decent copy, I guess. Has a couple pops in it. This one came out in April 1953. They're called the Four Plaid Throats. I mean, the Four Plaid Throats? Is that going to get played on the radio? I don't know. I doubt it. But this is going out to Butch Ford, the Four Plaid Throats on the Mercury record label. It's called My Inspiration. This is for Butch Ford.
You are my inspiration and my heart's desire. Oh, can you see? You were meant for me. You are my dream of love till the day I die. Or can you see? You were meant for me.
What can I do without you? You are as long as I live, I will always be sincere.
You are my pride and joy and my happiness. Oh, can you see? You were meant for me.
There you go. That's going out To listener Butch Ford, the four Plaid throws a couple pops in there, but when Spence brought me that record, I said, Spence, I got to buy this. I mean, I'm never going to see this record again. April 1953, the four Plaid throats on the Mercury label. My inspiration was funny because he brought that up to me a while, this was the second time that this was offered to me. The first time I said, Spence, I said, this is a bootleg. I said, this is supposed to be it's supposed to be machine stamped in the dead wax. I said, this is like, it was like Mercury 1, whatever it is, the number, and he was kind of shocked. I don't know who he called. He called about 5 guys on that record. But anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes. These requests, thank you for sending me requests. You can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Again, if you're new to the program on YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications, and also click the thumbs up as we continue here. We are in 1954 now. We moved to 54. We go to Philadelphia now for the Sound of the Dreams. They had 3 releases on Herman Lubinsky's Savoy record label, and I think this was the B-side to their first release. A tune written by the bass of the group. His name is Stefan Preesbury, and it features George Tinley on lead. This is by request for listener Amnon, The Dreams from April 54 on the Savoy record label. It's called A Letter to My Girl.
I'm writing to my girl, the sweetest little girl in the world. I know that she'll be blue, still she'll be true to me. When I was in the world, I had no other girl, but now I'm blue because I can have you. So I'm writing to my girl, the sweetest little girl in the world. I know that she'll be blue, but still she'll be true to me. In this envelope, dear, enclosed now is a tear to find a little space in your heart. In this envelope, dear, enclosed is a tear to find a space in your
That's by request for listener Amnon there, The Sound of the Dreams out of Philadelphia. It's amazing that George Tinley, the lead singer, he becomes so soulful later on, excuse me, in the 1960s. And, of course, he sang with other groups also, but that's A Letter to My Girl. That is the intended B-side from April 1954, The Dreams on Savoy. We'll play the flip side for Jimmy Amato next Saturday, because the flip of this is Darlene. I'm pretty sure it is. Darlene, as I didn't. Yes, it is. Darlene is the flip. That was the one that was played on the collector shows. But of course, the Dreams, they would also record under Kenny Esquire and the Starlights on Al Silver's Ember record label. And George Tinley went on to become the lead of the Modern Ink Spots also. But a really long career for Mr. George Tinley. As we continue here, we are in 1954. Here is a request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. This is the debut single for this great group out of Harlem, New York. You know, they had two great lead singers, that one being Herman Curtis, aka Herman Dunham. You take your pick. He went by both, and of course the other was Milton Love, and I love both sides of this 45. Now this is, I think this was the intended, this I think was the intended A-side. Now Herman Curtis is on lead for this one. This is on High Weiss's Old Town record label. This is the debut single for the Solitaires, by request for Daniel Kubacki from January 54. The song is called Wonder Why.
Oh, I wonder why I love you like I do. I wonder why I'm not myself at all. I feel a strange kind of feeling coming on. I wonder why I suppose some gypsy could explain why I walked in the rain. Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
I guess there is a simple explanation unless you come up with a new sensation.
Well, who can it be that she's caught up with me? And the misery I'm thinking of, it's simply that I win and fell in love.
As by request for Daniel Kubacki, the great sound of the Solitaires there. That is their debut single on High Weiss's Old Town record label. Wonder Why. It doesn't say I Wonder Why. And then January 1954, Herman Curtis, Herman Dunham, take your pick, on lead there. The great sound of the Solitaires. We'll play the flip for Darrell Letts and George Tompkins next Saturday evening. George has his sound back. It was the volume. There you go, George. I was kind of explaining in the air what to do. Of course, you couldn't hear. It took me a while to figure that out. But now you can hear, and now you can make sure you check your volume next time. As we continue here, I'd actually talk about that record. I was offered, I have it on, I think I paid $150 for the black vinyl press. I didn't want to pay, I don't know, maybe I would have paid $1,500, but he wanted $2,000, and I don't even think it was mint. I wasn't going to pay $2,000 for a mint red vinyl. Maybe I should have, but due to the fact that I have that, had a nice mint copy of this that I bought from Mike Demersion, I wasn't going to splurge and spend $2,000 for the red. If I was only collecting like certain records, I had a shotgun blast of collecting. It was really diverse, so I had to be careful on what I spent on records. So I wasn't going to spend $2,000 on a red vinyl. That's just me. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here's one for Tom Shaughnessy that he was able to he missed the hurricane. I thank God for that, Tom. So hopefully you're watching Johnny G. You got the power back, maybe, I hope. But anyway, this is a request for Tom Shaughnessy. And this is, I guess we can call this a time capsule classic song. I guess this would be like in the collector corner. It came out in October of 1954. Now, the group is from White Plains, New York. That's like really close to where Johnny G is actually broadcasting. And it's on Monty Bruce's Bruce record label. And this group won first place at the Apollo Theater at the amateur hour in the Apollo Theater. They won first place, and they ended up with a contract with Bruce Records. Now, this features Clarence Pop Gray on lead from October 1954. Let's give a listen to the Mastertones. The Mastertones on the Bruce label. It's called Tell Me. This is for Tom Shaughnessy.
Darling, you are the pick of my heart.
Darling, you are the flame, not the spark.
My friends, they tell me not to dream of romance. Darling, for someday you'll give me a chance. They say, oh yes, they say you love me. I've often been so blue, darling, till you came. I fell in love with you. They say, oh yes, they say, you love me. Darling, I stumble, dearest, I fumble.
That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy there. Those are the Mastertones. The Mastertones with Clarence Pop Gray on lead. He co-wrote the tune there with his brother Gene Gray, who really was not a member of the group. But that's not an easy record to find for the originals there from October 54, the Mastertones on Bruce, a song called Tell Me. It's got to have the push marks in it. And I think what happened was that Slim Rose was instrumental with getting Leo Rogers, who ended up purchasing the Bruce Master, to re-release it sometime in 1961 on blue plastic. I think, Butch, you mentioned you have it on the blue plastic. That would be the second best way to get the record, unless it came out on Lost Night. And maybe Evan Blatt, you have it on Lost Night, because I think it goes for some bucks on the blue plastic too, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's not an easy record to find, but that is a great group there. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we go to Baltimore, Maryland now with this request for Big Dave Swinger. This group first recorded for the Jax label. And then Morty Shad changed Jack's Records to Harlem Records. And this group, they were called Bobby Hall and the Kings, and they did this one on the Harlem record label, but on the B-side, they're just known as the Kings for some reason. So I don't know, maybe because Adolphus Holcomb is on lead, but I don't think that's the case, really. But he is on lead, and this is going out to Big Dave Swinger, October 1954, the Kings on the Harlem label. It's called You Never Knew.
Oh,
that didn't line up right. There you go.
Oh, you never knew how many times I've cried for you. So, darling, won't you please be true? Darling, you never knew, never knew, never knew. Oh, you never knew how many times I've prayed for you. So, darling, won't you come back to me? Darling, you never knew, never knew, never knew. Well, the stars and the moon, I'll pray to God for you. I love you and I need you, but darling, you never knew. Oh, you never knew how many times I've cried for you. So, darling, won't you please be true? Darling, you never knew.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger there, the sound of the Kings, Adolphus Holcomb on lead there, October 1954 release on Harlem Records. You Never Knew is the name of the tune. And Fire in My Heart's another great tune on the flip side of that. Now, Adolphus Holcomb went on, well, first of all, the Kings do some great tunes throughout their career on different labels, but he went on to be the lead singer again on a lot of that other King material that came out on Gotham and Gone and RCA and J-Wing and Epic, and also recorded as Little Hooks and the Kings. That's a good 45 too that he did. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight, but lots of records to get through, lots of your requests. Here's another one for Kenny Mack in our chat room. We go to Atlanta, Georgia for this group. They signed with Mercury Records, had 3 releases on the label. This is the B-side to their first. It features Henry Boyd on lead. This one from November 1954. Here are the Cashmeres. The Cashmeres on the Mercury label. It's called Yes, Yes, Yes for Kenny.
I say yes, 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 yes. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. I got to know now, baby, and I just can't wait. I feel like crying, baby, and when I think what a fool I've been. Tell me that you want me, baby, and I'll never be a fool again. I did love me then, baby. Now it's the other way around. You're doing the things I used to do, and you got me running you down. I say yes, 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 yes. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. I got to know now, baby, and I just can't wait. Sorry, baby, for the things I used to do. Shoes on the other foot, and you got me wanting you. I learned my lesson, baby. Try me one more time. I admit I was guilty, and paid for my crime. I say yes, 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 yes. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. Don't you want me, baby? I hope it ain't too late. I got to know now, baby, and I just can't wait.
There you go. As for Kenny Mack there. Lost my place. Johnny G loses his place there. That's for Kenny Mack there, the sound of the Cashmeres. That's actually a B-side there. The A-side, what was it called? My Sentimental Heart. That's a great tune, but that one there, November 1954, that I think is the B-side to their first release, their first of 4 on Mercury. Yes, Yes, Yes. Henry Boyd, the lead singer on that. Now, of course, this group totally different from the Cashmeres that recorded on the Laurie record label. Now, Henry Boyd would do lead on all the jump sides by the Cashmeres, and Dodd Hicks would do the lead on the ballads. That's Dodd Hicks doing the flip side of My Sentimental Heart. And they have another one on Al Silver's Herald label. Actually need an upgrade on that. And they recorded it as the Marktones, supposedly, on the Ember label. And I think they have one more on Wonder as the Cashmeres with a K. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes here. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. And also click the thumbs up button if you like what you hear as we continue here. And this is a special request and dedication by Mike Sape to George Tompkins. The group is from Charlotte, North Carolina. They go way, way back to 1945 with their recordings. They signed with Capitol Records in 1950, had a ton of releases on the Capitol label, and they also backed up Nat King Cole on some of his records too, several of his Capitol sides. Now in 1954, they would have their biggest hit. It was okay for me. It's called I Get So Lonely. That was just okay for Johnny G. But here's one they did with George Vereen on lead. This was a big number 7 record on WVSE. If you were listening in Somerset, Pennsylvania. This is from August 1954. The Four Nights, by request for Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins. The Four Nights on Capitol with a song entitled Easy Street for George.
Easy Street, I'd love to live on Easy Street, but he works on Easy Street. Just sit around all day, just sit and play the horses. Life is sweet for folks who live on Easy Street. No weekly payments you must meet. That makes your hair turn gray. Turn gray. When opportunity comes a-knocking, you just keep on with your rocking, 'cause you know your fortune's made. And if the sun makes you perspire, there's a man that you can hire to plant trees so you can have shade on Easy Street. I'm telling everyone that I meet, if I could live on Easy Street, I wouldn't want no job today. So please go away. Easy Street, I'm telling everyone that I meet, if I could live on Easy Street, I wouldn't want no job today. So please go.
That's a by request for Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins. The Four Nights there, August 1954 on the Capitol record label Easy Street. I'm not sure, Marvin, I didn't get a chance to double check on the leads there. Charlene must have, she researched it for me. I really didn't get to check any of these. So, but I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't have put this down here if she wasn't sure. But I don't know. There's always a possibility. But either way, there you go, George. That's going out to you from Mike Sape. Let's continue here. Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee now with this request for Evan Blatt. This group formed while they were in the Tennessee State Penitentiary. And they were called the Prisonaires originally. They had a number 2 hit called Just Walkin' in the Rain. That'd be a R&B hit, I'm pretty sure, on Sun Records in 1953. But they also recorded for Ernie Young's Excello Records out of Nashville as the Marigolds. Now, this was their first of 4, written by, Charlene, I have to say, inmate Robert Riley. Okay. Written by inmate Robert Riley. And, of course, the lead singer on this is Johnny Bragg. This charted number 8 on the R&B chart. Also a number 8 record on WMAK, if you were tuned in Nashville, Tennessee back in 1955. So we move into 1955 with this request for Evan Blatt. The Marigolds on Excello. It's called Rollin' Stone.
I'm a big and rolling stone.
Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Well, a Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. You'll never give no more. When a love then is lost, you will look all around. That lost love can't be found. Well, a Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. You're out with one for tonight, and you will change me for delight. Your heart's all waiting right now. Ask yourself,
Is that right?
well, a Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. When you're old and all alone, no one to call your own. Perhaps then you will see just how wrong you can be. Well, a Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. Don't make your life one big play. Your wedding bells a chance to ring. Why wait so late to learn? Both candles are where they just don't burn. Well, a Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. Out with one for tonight, and you change me for delight. Your heart's all waiting flight now. Ask yourself,
Is that right?
don't make your life one big play. Wedding bells a chance to ring. Why wait so late to learn? Both candles are where they just don't burn. Now Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, just a Rolling Stone. One day you'll be all alone. One day you'll be all alone. One day you'll be all alone.
There you go. That's going out. It's going out to Evan Blatt. Evan Blatt there, the Marigolds, their first of four on the Excello record label from April 1956. Oh, they were what? I don't know, Charlene, did you include the Johnny Bragg and the Marigolds? Because there are other releases on Excello there. I didn't get a chance to check any of these, really. Just very few. But anyway, I have that on a 78. And I don't have the Picheros, and I wish I did. There was a copy that I think that was available for me to buy, but right now I haven't collected on my pension checks yet, so I gotta be careful what I spend. It's not that easy for me to spend four figures on a 45 anymore, at least not at this time. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to. I will probably buy other four-figure records later on, but at this time it's not a good time. Anyway, that's how I put it. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and this is the what is this? This was the second, I think, Charlene, it's saying the second biggest hit for this group from New Orleans. I guess R&B hit, I guess. But this is actually a request for listener Jason Adams. He was in the chat room last Saturday night, and he requested this group on Imperial. I'm talking about the Spiders here. This here, I don't know. This is their 9th release. I guess their second biggest hit. I don't know. It features Chuck Carbo on lead. This charted number 4 on KLCN in Blytheville, Arkansas, if you were listening there. And this also comes on Blue Imperial. So you can get it on Blue Imperial. I'm playing the red because it was the better condition. And you also can get the beige promo. This is from September 55, going out to Jason Adams, the Spiders on Imperial, Chuck Carbo on lead. It's called Witchcraft.
it now. You know I can't take it, please stop it now. My head is spinning, her spell's on me now. Let me forget her, don't mention her name. You know it brings back that old burning flame. It hurts to know that she don't feel the same. My head is spinning, going round and round. My head is spinning, going round and round. Well, witchcraft got me keep going down and down. Desire is to try not to cry. She might come back one day by and by. My head is spinning, going round and round. My head is spinning, going round and round. Well, witchcraft got me to keep going down and down.
That's the sound of the Spiders out of New Orleans, Louisiana. They're the Spiders. Chuck Carbo on lead. His brother was Chick Carbo, by the way. Also did some leads with the Spiders. September 1955 on Imperial Records. Song entitled Witchcraft. Featured it on the Red label. Let's continue here. This group, they're out of Queens, New York. Best known for their song, I guess you would say, at least with this group, 1,000 Miles Away would have to be their probably best known record, but this is their second of 5 on B. Caslin's Hull label, although they would, well, can't be 5. Well, maybe when they became Shep and the Limelights, that would make sense. But, of course, they were the Heartbeats Quintet first on the Network record label. I have featured that record here on the Vinyltreasure show, but here is this one on Hull Records. Second one on Hull? I don't know about that. I thought this was their... Oh, maybe it is their second one. They were... the Black... Wait, this is Hull number 711. Isn't this... No, something wrong with this write-up here. This cannot be right. All I can tell you is that this is the harder way to get the record. The true first press of this has to have Shane Shepard's writer credit only. That is the true first press, which comes out on the promo, and also there's some stock copies that have it. I think that's the way you want to get it. But this is from September 1955. This is a request for Bob Evans. September 55. This was a number 4 record on WILY in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The great Shane Shepard on lead. The Heartbeats on the Pink Hull label. I have a stock copy. It's called Crazy for You.
You're driving me crazy. Oh, my darling, where you been? It seems oh so childish when I always come to bed. You don't seem to understand that I'm crazy just for you. I think of you, darling, and tears just flood my eyes. You don't seem to understand that I'm crazy just for you. Crazy for you. Please say you love me. Please say you care. Oh, life without you, so hard to bear. I love you, darling. Want you to know. Please don't leave me. Please don't go. My nights are so lonely when you're not by my side. I think of you, darling, and tears just flood my eyes. You don't seem to understand that I'm crazy just for you.
That's by request for Bob Evans listening in Ohio. The Heartbeats, that kicked off B. Castlin's Hull record label, number 711 there, September 1955. The Heartbeats, Shane Shepherd on lead. Classic record, you have to say. Crazy for You is the name of the tune. We are in 1955. Let's go with this request for Kenny Mack, back to Herman Lubinsky's Savoy record label. This singer by the name of Billy Nelson, he's being backed up by the Five Wings. The Five Wings were out of Harlem, New York, and Billy Nelson, he was from Cincinnati, Ohio, and he wrote this tune, and it includes Mickey Baker on guitar and Sam the Man Taylor on saxophone. From December 1955 for Kenny Mack, Billy Nelson and the Five Wings on Savoy. It's called Pack, Shack, and Stack Your Blues Away for Kenny.
Well, my baby left me and I don't know what to do. Yes, yes, my baby left me and I don't know what to do. 'Cause she left me blue, broke and lonely too. Well, 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 I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Yes, yes, I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Well, I'm hoping and praying she will come back home someday. Yes, yes, she left me this morning standing in the hallway crying. Yes, yes, she left me this morning standing in the hallway crying. If she don't come back, I'll be in the doghouse night. Well, 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 I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Yes, yes, I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Well, I'm hoping and praying she will come back home someday. Baby, baby, please come home to me. Yes, yes, please come back, baby, baby, please come home to me. Please come back, baby, and ease this misery. Well, 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 I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Yes, yes, I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Well, I'm hoping and praying she will come back home someday. Yes, I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Yes, yes, I'm gonna pack, shack and stack my blues away. Well, I'm hoping and praying she will come back home someday.
There you go, for Kenny Mac there. What's with the is it the all these cool titles here I've noticed with Kenny. Just notice that Kenny. Yes, yes, yes was one. This one is what was this one called? Pack Shack and Stack Your Blues Away. That one there, that's Billy Nelson with the Five Wings backing him up on Savoy Records, December 1955. That's for Kenny Mac. Let's continue now, and let's go to San Diego, California for this request for Evan Blatt. And this is, I think I paid $150 for this 45 when Spence offered it to me. This group recorded 4 on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label, and they were asked by the label owners to call themselves after the label. They said, we want you to become the Aladdins because you're recording on our Aladdin label. So they were called the Aladdins. Previously, though, they were performing as the Capris. But once they signed to the Aladdin label, they became the Aladdins. This is their first of 4. Tune written by Frank Gallo and Phyllis Otis. I guess that's Johnny Otis's wife. Now, the lead singer on this, his name is Eddie Williams. Eddie Williams on lead. This one from April 1955, going out to Evan Blatt, the Aladdins on Aladdin. It's called Remember.
Remember the night you told me that you love me. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? You whisper, I'm yours forever. I'll leave you never. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? Lately, sweetheart, we're drifting apart. Makes me feel so blue. Please, baby, please, don't say you'll leave. You'll break my heart in two. Remember the night you told me that you love me. Don't you remember? Baby, please, baby, please, please remember, remember me.
That's a great tune there for Evan Blatt, the sound of the Aladdins. The Aladdins there with Eddie Williams on lead there, April 1955. That on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label, their first release on Aladdin called Remember. Of course, Eddie Williams, when this group disbanded, he would join the Colts / Fortunes, and also later on, I think the Atco, was it the Atco Hollywood Flames? I think he was a member of that group, and I think he was. Johnny G going from memory. But anyway, it also has some nice solo releases too on the Ebb label. And let's continue here. This is a request for Jimmy Amato. Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. Now, last week I played a request for Timothy by Dean Barlow on Joe Davis's JD record label called Forever. That was his second of 3 on JD, but this is his first of 3 on Joe Davis's I guess you can call it sister label, Davis Records. And he wrote this tune, right? No, Joe Davis wrote the tune. No, that's okay. Tune written by the label owner Joe Davis. It's a solo effort by Dean Barlow, of course, previously the lead singer of the Crickets on JD, also the Bachelors on Earl, the Monterey's on Onyx. And it's always fun when you can find a record like this at your local flea market. I think I found this at a flea market that was at the Terrytown, New York train station when I was in high school. It's always fun to buy records like this when you don't even know what they are. But anyways, by Dean Barlow, this is by request for Jimmy Amato, 1956, Dean Barlow on the Davis label, As God Is My Judge.
As God is my judge, I will love you forever. As God is my judge, I will always be true to you. No matter what the fates hold in store, come rain or come shine, I'll be yours forevermore, and darling, you'll always be mine. As God is my judge, I'll do nothing to hurt you. As God is my judge, I will never desert you. And if I ever tell a lie, and if I ever make you cry, I hope to die. As God is my judge, nothing to hurt you. As God is my judge, I will never desert you. And if I ever tell a lie, and if I ever make you cry, I hope to die. As God is my judge.
As going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Dean Barlow. Too bad no group backing him up on that, but still, he's a great R&B singer there. 1956 release there on Joe Davis's Davis record label. Song entitled As God Is My Judge. As God Is My Judge, I play original vinyl 45s every Saturday from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight. We're going to be going into overtime, so put your pajamas on, George Tompkins, as we continue here. Let's go to San Francisco, California with this request for Joe Shacatano. They had 6 releases on Ray Dobard's Music City record label, and Joe requested their 3rd, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Ben Richards. This is from 1956. They're called the Gaylarks. The Gaylarks on the Music City record label. It's called My Greatest Sin. This is for Joe.
My greatest sin is loving you. Oh yes, oh I do. That's why I love you so. My greatest sin is loving you. Well, Lord above, forgive me for what I do. Oh, oh yeah, for loving you. Oh yes, oh I do. That's why I love you so. Well, pray for me, oh, and my sin of loving you. Well, Lord above, forgive me for what I do. Oh, oh yeah, for loving you. Oh yes, oh I do. That's why I love you so. Oh, my
As by request for Joe Shacatano there, those are the Gaylarks. Gaylarks from 1956, that's on Music City Records, their third release. Ben Richards, the lead singer on that, My Greatest Sin. I don't have that 5 lyrics on Music City, although when Ray Dobard's inventory was seized after he passed away, the government, he owed back taxes, so they seized, I think he had 3 warehouses. I think it was 3. A lot of the Music City records were found in quantity. But although I think I got this before. Maybe Seymour Simon sold me this. I know he took a trip out to California. I don't know with his work or whatever, but he did have one of the harder Music City records. But I think that went to Val. I think I couldn't buy certain records from Seymour. He said I couldn't buy. Oh, what's the one on the gold label? Oh gosh, they do 2 records. He wouldn't sell me the Beatniks on Key Lock. I mean, I have a whipped copy. And the 5 Crowns on De Best, whatever the label that was, he wouldn't sell me that. He goes, no, you can't have those. Those are going to somebody special. I figured it out, but I couldn't afford it either then. It's just, there is a limit. I have a limit on what I would spend on a 45, I can tell you that much. But it's just too much, and it's not like I wasn't making decent money, and it's not like I couldn't really afford it, but it was just too much. Just like I tell young collector Braden, I can't pay $1,000 for a 78. It just doesn't register. I'll pay $5, maybe $550 for a 78, but I will not pay $1,000. I won't pay more. It'll sit there on the shelf and crack, and I'll have a conniption. I will. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening as we continue here. Here's a request for Big Dave Swinger, a later Ravens 45 that came out on Leonard Chess's Argo record label. They had 4 releases on the Argo label. I hope, Charlene, this is their first. No, is this their first? I don't know. I didn't check. But all I know is Joe Van Loan is on lead. This is from July 1956 for Big Dave Swinger, the Ravens on Argo, and a great tune. It's called Kneel and Pray.
When you've got all your folks
got your strength to go on through the day. When no troubles and worries have found you, that's the time to kneel and pray. When there's laughter and joy to your living, got a place for your tired head to lay. When you still have enough to be giving, that's the time to kneel and pray. Some folks wait till the worst has to happen, till the last ever time takes away. Don't wait till on your door Satan's rapping. Now's the time to kneel. When you've got all your folks all around you, got your strength to go on through the day. When no troubles and worries have found you, that's the time to kneel
Wow, get that voice up there. I don't think I can sing that high. That hurts to sing that high for Johnny G. Anyway, there you go. That is correct. That is their, it looks like their first release on the Chess subsidiary, Kneel and Pray there. Simple Prayer was their second release, George. That's the great sound of the Ravens there. July 1956 on the Argo label for Big Dave Swinger with the Joe Van Loan on lead. The great Joe Van Loan with a song entitled Kneel and Pray as we continue here. And we are in 1956. Here we go again with the play on words for Kenny Mack again. Kenny Mack returns as we head to Cincinnati, Ohio for this group. Now, the members of this group, they were all in their 20s and working as truck drivers at the local business, whatever, in Cincinnati, Ohio. I don't know what that was. But they signed with Sid Nathan for 3 releases, and they decided to call themselves the Drivers because that's what they did. That was their job. They were drivers. This is their first release on the Deluxe record label, Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records, and it's a request for Kenny Mack. It features Leroy Smith on lead. This is from April 1956. Give a listen to the Drivers on the Deluxe label. It's called Smooth, Slow, and Easy for Kenny Mack.
Well, I'm just like an automobile, but in the winter when it's cold, you got to fill my body with alcohol. And if you want my motor to roll, you got to cruise them in smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go, well, when you're pulling in the station, baby, don't forget to check my tank. You better see if my motor need a tune-up job. And don't forget my drink. You got to cruise them in smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go, well, when you're driving down the highway, baby, don't drive me fast at all. 'Cause if you do, my rings will go to knocking. Well, and my motor need an overhaul. You got to cruise them in smooth and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go, you home. And if you want my motor to roll, you got to cruise them in smooth and easy. Smooth, slow and easy. Smooth, slow and easy. Oh man, when I want to let me go.
There you go. That's going out to Kenny Mack there. The Drivers on Sid Nathan's deluxe record label, April 1956. Smooth, Slow, and Easy is the name of that tune. Braden, that's cool that you have the 78 because the one thing about the deluxe 45s, they do play well. I mean, the 78s also have great sound if you play it on the right system. But at least for deluxe records, they always had a great sound to them. Not so much on some of the Imperials and some of the California stuff on, Modern and Flair, etc. Some of that vinyl is not that good. But anyway, speaking of smooth, slow, and easy, I was talking to Barbara right before the show. I went with her to take her mother. Her mother had to go down to the Bronx for an endoscopy, I think, when they look down into your stomach. So we were that was down in the Bronx. I don't know, we were under the L down there somewhere, and I didn't see any school near the L, so she got this ticket in the mail. She was going 32, no, 33, or 30, no, she was going 30, 25. She was going 32 in a 25, something like that, or some stupid, ridiculous thing. She got a $50 ticket with a picture of her car. I mean, you didn't see any school there. It was like next to the park, some park that we drove by to go to this place down at, I don't know what street it was, but let's just say it didn't look good. I was with her because she had nobody else to go with her, so I went. But she told me today she got a ticket. No points on the... No points. You were in a school zone or something. Anyway, she wasn't smooth, slow, and easy, I will tell you that. But... let's flip over that Ravens 45 that I featured on Argo, their first of 4 on the Argo label. And Joe Van Loan was on the A side. The B side, features Big Bob Cornegay. Big Bob Cornegay, the bass is on lead. Not Jimmy Ricks. You would think Jimmy Ricks, I think he left the group by this point. But Bob Evans requested this flip side. This is from July 1956. We flip over that song, Kneel and Pray. Yeah, Kneel and Pray. You get this tune on the flip, the Ravens on Argo, going out to Bob Evans. It's called I Can't Believe.
Well, can't believe that you love me, baby. You don't want to sometimes kiss and hug me. I can't believe that you love me, baby. Like you say you do. Well, can't believe that you miss me. When I come home, you don't even kiss me. I can't believe that you miss me, mama. Like you say you do. Like you always do. Well, can't believe that you need me, sugar. You take my money and then mistreat me. I can't believe that you need me, baby, like you say you do. that you need me, mama. I like to say you do. Ooh, not like to say you do. Oh, get away, I like to say you do. Talk to me, baby. I like to say you do. Oh, no, like to say you do. No, like to say you do.
B-sides here on the Vinyltreasure Show. That one there for Bob Evans. That's the Ravens again, but that's Big Bob Cornegay, the lead singer. July 1956 release on the Argo label. I Can't Believe is the name of the tune. Of course, he would also have solo releases on, I think I have him on Herald and a couple other labels too, as we continue here on the Vinyltreasure Show. Now, last week I played a request for Evan Blatt. He requested the notes on the MGM label and their tune called Trust in Me. It was Butch Ford asked for the flip side. So we're going to flip it over here, send it out to Butch Ford listening in Hawaii. It's their second release, second overall release. Their first release came out on the Capitol label. Yes, their first release came out on the Capitol label. This is their second, as I'm losing my mind. Ray McElwain is the lead singer. September 1956. This is for Butch Ford. The notes on MGM. It's called Round and Round.
My heart will stop, I'll never, never know. You got me spinning like a top from head to toe. You got me dizzy over you. Da 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 da, round and round I go. Can't even recognize the people that I know. Sometimes when I say yes, I really do mean no. You got me dizzy over you. Oh, what can I do? It's all up to you to straighten my
Go, that one there. That's going out to that was going out to Butch Ford. Evan Blatt requested the flip. Trust in Me. That's the other side, called Round and Round We Go. Well, actually, Round and Round. That one there, September 1956, by the notes on MGM Records. I think Lou Haggis. I bought that from Lou Haggis. I think that's who sold me that record. I still have a list of all the people I bought records from. I've kept everything. I guess I kept it because I'm an accountant, and I would keep track of capital gains and losses, I guess. So what I would do is I would kind of go to a record show and I would, write down who I bought, this from Barry, this from Kenny, this from whoever, and I would write them down. If I got a soda, I paid the gas, and I think to pay to go into the show, I allocated that cost to the records. So I had like a base cost. That's what I did. Although I didn't enter them into my, I didn't enter them into a database, which I should have. I'd be here forever. I would. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes here as we continue here. Here is another request for Mike Sape, dedicated to Jimmy Amato. This is from a request for Mike Sape, dedicated to Jimmy Amato, as we go to Baltimore, Maryland for this group. They were managed by Bill Buchanan and Dickie Goodman. You know those guys. They did that novelty break-in that was a big hit for them called The Flying Saucer, but they also produced and wrote songs and even owned various record labels. But this one's on Al Silver's Herald label. Now, the group members on this were Maxwell Chapman, Guy Bragg, Billy Nixon, Michael Monroe, and Gordon Cogger. Collectively, they were known as the Sonnets. And this is from May of 1956. This is by request for Mike Sape to Jimmy Amato, dedicated to Jimmy Amato, the Sonnets on Herald. It's called Why Should We Break Up?
Why should we break up? Why should we part? Let's try and make up. Try to bring the start. Don't go. You know I love you so. Why should we break up, sweetheart? We had a trouble. Let's let it pass. Bygones are bygones. Our love should last. Please say you'll stay. Don't go away. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Don't give my bracelet back to me. I don't want our friends to see. They want to know the reason why you're with another guy. Why should we break up? Let's but be wise. After it's over, we'll realize our fight that night just wasn't right. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Hey! Don't give my bracelet back to me. I don't want our friends to see. They want to know the reason why you're with another guy. Why should we break up? Let's both be wise. After it's over, we'll realize our fight that night just wasn't right. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Why should we break up, sweetheart?
There you go. Those are the Sonnets. That's by request for Mike Sape, dedicated to Jimmy Amato. The Sonnets there, May 1956 on Al Silver's Herald Records. Why Should We Break Up is the name of the tune. They had one more release in 1958, a good tune, though, on the Lane record label. That's another good record by the Sonnets. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Hope you're cool. You're digging on these tunes here. Again, if you're new to the program, you're just kind of hopping on YouTube and you see it, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's very important. And also to click the thumbs up. Very important to do that. What am I getting a copyright strike already here? Already they're talking with the copyright stuff. Anyway, but let's go to Nashville, Tennessee. This is for Ronnie Sherman, a request for Ronnie Sherman. This group had two releases on Sid Nathan's King record label. This is their first of two. Now, all the members of this group, except one, were still in high school when they were recording, except the lead singer of the group. His name is Joe Perkins. This is from December 56 for Ronnie Sherman, Joe Perkins and the Rookies. It's on the King record label. It's called Time Alone Will Tell. This is for Ronnie.
Time alone will tell if this is that magic spell that love is known to we so well. Time alone will tell if this is that special glow that love has taught each heart to know, just as the sands of time shift to and fro, so shall I love you more and more. Time alone will tell if this is our dream come true, that dream of love for me and for you, just as the sands of time shift to and fro, so shall I love you more and more. Time alone will tell if this is our dream come true, our dream of love for me and for you.
That's for Ronnie Sherman there. That's Joe Perkins and the Rookies. First of two on Sid Nathan's King record label. Time Alone Will Tell is the name of the tune. That one there, December 1956, going out to Ronnie Sherman. Ronnie, I don't know if I'm going to make the record show at the Marriott. It's in October, I think. I forget what Sunday it is. I'd have to double check the thing. It hasn't been here since I think March of earlier in the year, so I might not be able to make that record show. Anyway, let's continue here. And this is a request. This is an old request for Matey Campboy. Now, it's actually a replacement request. Excuse me, because I couldn't find the Viscanes on VPM. And I had to go to bed at 5:30 last night, 5:30 a.m., so I couldn't look anymore. But I had this in the box because Matey requested this one, and I didn't have a copy, so I bought this. Didn't pay a lot of money, but it's an unreleased tune here, by the way. So you know I do have some unreleased records in my collection. They're not really boots. I don't know what you would call them, but they were unreleased masters. This is actually on an LP. I don't know if it's an LP or CD, but maybe some of you own the LP or CD called Legendary Master Series Volume 2, Rhythm and Blues, Sweet and Greasy, I think it was called. Came out on Imperial Records. So I think possibly Imperial Records bought out the Aladdin Masters. I think that's what might have happened because nobody knew who this group was, but they called the Avalons. So, and then they know it was recorded in 1956, but they don't know anything else about this, who they are. But I think it's a great tune. I think the first time I heard this, Mark Goldfarb, he played it for me a long time ago, but Matey requested this and I had it. So this is a replacement record, Matey, so don't yell at Johnny G. These are the Avalons from 1956, a special request for Matey Campboy on Aladdin Records. This one came out, I don't know when it came out, but it's not a 1956 record, it's a 56 sound. The Avalons with their tune called Love Me for Matey.
I need someone to hold me tight, tight. I need your love, both day and night, night. Please, baby, don't make me wait too long. You're all I need, all I desire, desire. Please don't leave me, stay by my side, side. Please, baby, don't make me wait too long. Love me, love me, love me, love me. You're all I need, all I desire, desire. Please don't leave me, stay by my side, side. Please, baby, don't make me wait too long.
That's going out to Matey Campboy there. Those are the Avalons. That's an unreleased master, but somebody put it out. What did I think Jimmy Amato mentioned who put it out? Jeff Stolper. Did I say that right? Yeah. Jeff Stolper put those out. There you go. I don't know. You got to be careful with the bootlegs nowadays. But there you go. If you want this record, Fred Bond has it pretty cheap. So if you like that song, you can buy it from Fred Bond. It's not expensive at all. It's a fairly cheap record. But it's by the Avalons. Tell them Johnny G sent you. 1958, the Avalons on Aladdin. That's from Matey Campboy. Song entitled Love Me. Let's continue here. We are in 1956. Boy, you guys sent a lot of requests out of 1956 and also 1958. But this is for Evan Blatt, this great girl group out of Harlem, New York. It's their 4th of 5 on Saul Rabinowitz's Baton Records, a tune written by Zell Sanders. Had to double check, and it's with the Dave McRae Orchestra. Baby Washington, she's the lead singer on this. This is for Evan Blatt, February 56. These are the Hearts on Baton. It's called Disappointed Bride for Evan.
You know, sometimes men make you happy, and sometimes they make you cry.
going out to Evan Blatt there, The Sound of the Hearts. The Hearts from February 1956, that's their fourth of 5 on the Baton record label. Disappointed Bride, that's too bad, but has Baby Washington on lead for that one. As we continue here on the Vinyltreasure show, we go to Stan Feldman and Ed Portnoy's Ivy label out of New York City for this request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Now, this appears to be the group's only release, and both are ballads, actually both sides. I prefer the flip side of this a little bit better for some reason, but this is Jimmy Lewis and the Volumes. Jimmy Lewis and the Volumes, and I don't have anything else on them, but it's from November of 57. This is for Timothy. It's on the Ivy label. It's called In My Heart for Timothy.
In my heart, you stand alone. In my heart, you made your throne. In my world, you reign supreme. You make my life one lasting dream. Oh, in my heart, I am content. With your love, I'm heaven bent. At your shrine, I humbly kneel in fervent prayer. Praises appeals there in my heart, deep in my heart, far in my heart, you stand alone. Your love, I'm heaven bent. At your shrine, I humbly kneel in fervent prayer. Raises appeals there in my heart, deep in my heart, far in my heart. You stand alone, my darling, alone in my heart.
November 1957 release there by Jimmy Lewis and the Volumes. That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's on the Ivy label. In My Heart is the name of that tune. Let's go to Connecticut now. New Haven, Connecticut. I'm going to send this one out to listener George Tompkins. I know he likes this song here. It came out on Al Silver's Ember record label. It's the 6th release for the 5 Satins, and it features Bill Baker on lead. This is going out to George Tompkins, November 1957. Bill Baker and the 5 Satins on the Ember label. It's called 1,000,000 to 1.
To one, the odds were against me. What could anyone do when the chances at you were 1,000,000 to 1? A shot in the dark is all I can show, dear. Is a tear and a sigh the
old college tried, but it couldn't be done. I knew I'd never come out ahead. I should have quit, but instead I kept on playing, playing, just for fun. A million to one. Now I've learned my lesson. Never gamble again when the chances to win were a million to one. A million to
Send that out to George Tompkins in our YouTube chat room there. Those are the Five Satins. Bill Baker and the Five Satins came out on the Ember record label. A Million to One is the name of the tune from November of 1957. We stay in 1957. Now, last week, I featured the Jesters. I think it was Mr. Who was it? Vintbean, I think, requested the Jesters on Winley featured The Wind. And this week, Daniel Kubacki requested the Jesters. This is the B-side to their second release on Paul Winley's Winley record label. The follow-up to, I think this is the follow-up to So Strange, but it features the falsetto lead of Adam Jackson. And this is from October 1957. The Highlights out of Danbury, Connecticut, they do a nice cover of this on Record Fair from 61, but this is the original from October 57, the Jesters, going out to Daniel Kubacki on the Winley label. It's called I'm Fallen in Love for Daniel. by request for Daniel Kubacki. Daniel Kubacki there requested the Jesters. The Jesters from October 1957. That's their second release on Winley Records. The falsetto lead of Adam Jackson on that one. I'm Falling in Love is the name of the tune. We move into 1958 now. Played the A-side of this. I think it was the A-side. I'm not sure, Charlene, if it is. But the song was called Voice of the Drums. Played that for Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room. It's by Jimmy Holiday and the Future Tones. They're from Durant, Mississippi. Now, Sterling also requested the flip side of this 45. I think, Daryl, you like it too. But this is on 4-Star Records. Jimmy Holiday's on lead. Yes, the same Jimmy Holiday that recorded, has kind of like transitional soul records on, what is that label? Everest? Yeah, Everest Records, I think. How Can I Forget, I think, was his biggest hit. But here he is. I think this is his debut single. Butch, I think I bought this from your list. I think if you don't have a copy of this might be yours. Or Ray LeBeau. That's what I think that's Ray LeBeau. Lebov, I think. He was a California collector. I used to buy from him a long time ago. But this is for Sugar Bear Sterling, and also send it out to Daryl. June 58, Jim Holiday and the Future Tones on 4-Star Records. It's called All I Want Is You.
I don't want the moon, don't want the stars, don't want Venus, don't want Mars. All I want is you. Don't want no gold, no diamond, don't want no queen or any other girl. All I want is you. Oh, darling, why can't you see what you mean to me? I want to make you my wife. Make you my wife. But if you should say no, where would I go? And what would I do with my life? No, I don't want the sun. Don't want the sky. My heart, tell me when I look in your eyes. All I want is you. All I want is you. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me you want me to. No, 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 no. No one else will do.
As going out to Sugar Bear Sterling and Daryl Letts. That's the sound of Jim Holiday and the Future Tones. All I Want Is You came out on the 4-Star record label. Not many group things on 4-Star Records, by the way. June 1958. Yes, he is the same. I'll find. Let me see if I can find the link again that where I heard that from. But it is. It says that in whatever part he was originally from. If I said it right, Durant, Mississippi, and then he relocated. He did. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we go to Brooklyn, New York, with this group discovered by band leader Al Brown. It's a request for listener Timothy, and it's their debut single. Came out on Malcolm Newkirk's Central label. Tune written by group member Raymond Diaz. Now, Raymond and two other members of this group, Benny Travis and Harry Hillard, previously recorded with the Miners on the Celeste label. And here they are as the Excels. It features Freddie Orange on lead. This is going out to Timothy. June 58, the Excels on the Central label for Timothy. It's called Baby Doll.
Boom, 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 boom.
I met my baby down the street, took her hand and kissed her so sweet, 'cause I love her and she loves me, my baby doll. First you're in love and then engaged, then you're married, and then with a carriage, that's the line. I leave my friends with my baby doll. Baby, my baby doll. I met my baby down the street, took her hand and kissed her so sweet, 'cause I love her and she loved me, my baby doll. Baby doll, 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 baby doll. I used to tell her that she to why we were alone because of them all. Baby, my baby doll. I met my baby down the street, took her hand and kissed her so sweet, 'cause I love her and she loved me, my baby doll. Baby doll.
June 58 release there by the Excels. That's going out to Timothy. Song entitled Baby Doll. Freddie Orange, lead singer on that. This group discovered by Al Brown on the Central label. They have two other releases not mentioned on here, Charlene. Again, that's we will get to it there. Hope you're digging on the tunes here. What are all these copyright things? They are really bombarding me. I played I closed my 60s show last week with an interview by the Supremes. Diana Ross and the Supremes. It was like from 1964. I closed it with that kind of that George Alexander Jr. 45. So they blacked out the video at the end because they said, if you don't take that off, we're going to shut down your video. I was like, are you kidding me? And they did. It was at the end of the show. But it's there. It's posted on the site. So don't ask me what YouTube does. It's just ridiculous, I say. Anyway, let's go back to the Bronx, New York, and as we stay in 1958, and this is a request for Ronnie Sherman. Now, their first release came out in 1956 on the Club label. I'm still looking for that first release on Club. I have the second press that came out on LaSalle in 1957. They're called Phil Johnson and the Dovells, and they had two more releases that came out on Kellett Records. I think there are a lot of Hungarian records on the Kellett label, but there's some good group records on it too. That's Irvin Litkey's Kellett label. This is their second release and the hardest of their releases on the Kellett label. July 58. This is for Ronnie Sherman, Phil Johnson, and the Dovells on Kellett. It's called I Lie to My Heart. This is for Ronnie.
Lie to my heart, lie to my heart.
I lie to my heart. You're in love with me. Try to believe Now by dawn's early light, I know it was just your night of but I love you so that I had to lie to my heart.
That's for Ronnie Sherman there, the sound of Phil Johnson and the Dovells. July 1958 release on Kill It Records. That's their second of two on Kill It. I Lied to My Heart. Yes, John G doesn't lie. I only play original vinyl 45s unless it's an unreleased thing that came out in 1976. But you've got to consider it somewhat of an original if it was pressed on vinyl then. But let's continue here. And this is another special request for Mike Sape. He wants to send it out to all of you in the chat room. He does. And we go to Asbury Park for this singer. He would have his biggest hit in 1963 with his version on the Cadence label of Since I Fell for You. But he began recording for Decca Records back in 1958, and this was his debut single that came out on Decca Records, his first of two. We go to June of 1958. This is by request for Mike Sape, dedicated to all you guys in the chat room there. Mr. Lenny Welch on Decca. It's called Rocket to the Moon.
Me and my baby, we're gonna up tonight. Yeah, me and my baby, we're gonna beat it up right. We're gonna rock it to the moon, to our heart's delight. Me and my baby down in the old wood shack.
That's a request from Mike Sape, sending it out to all you guys and gals in the in the YouTube chat room there. That's the debut single for Lenny Welch. Lenny Welch and some gals backing him up there. June 1958, the first of two on the Decca label. Rocket to the Moon. He would sign with Cadence Records in 1959. I think after he left Decca Records. We continue here. We are in 1958. We go back to Brooklyn, New York, and this is a request for my number one California listener, Matey Campboy, and this is on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. The group was named after a Canadian brand of cigarette. Did anybody ever smoke a Du Maurier? Did you ever smoke a Du Maurier, you smoker? George, I'm asking you, did you ever smoke a Du Maurier cigarette? Were they even here in the United States? I don't know. My aunt smoked Cools, and my uncle smoked Marlboros. So I don't know about this Du Maurier cigarette. But this is the B-side to their only release. The A-side is a well-known up-tempo All Night Long. But Matey requested the killer ballad, I should say. This is from March 1958. The Du Mauriers on the Fury record label. It's called Baby, I Love You. This is for Matey. Going out to my number one California listener, Matey Campboy there. The sound of the Du Mauriers. I wonder if they smoked Du Maurier cigarettes. Maybe they did. March 1958. That's a B-side, Baby I Love You, on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. Yeah, All Night Long is going to get played next Saturday night, so stay tuned for the A-side. Let's continue now. Let's go back to Harlem, New York. Now, this is a request for Amnon. Now, Frankie Lymon officially separated himself from the Teenagers in August of 1957, and he began his solo career with his first single. It was called My Girl. Came out on the Roulette record label. That was in September of 57. But here is his fifth of 12 on Morris Levy's Roulette Records. This charted number 14 on KWBR in Oakland, California. This is for listener Emnon. August 58, Frankie Lymon on Roulette Records. It's called The Only Way to Love.
Show you love her, prove you love her with every kiss. And when you kiss her, really kiss her, it's like heaven to kiss like this. A little hug when things get blue will let her know your love is true. So when you love her, really love her, that's the only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to
That's the sound of Frankie Lymon here on the Vinyltreasure Show by request for Emnon. August 1958 release, Morris Levy's Roulette record label is 5th of 12 on Roulette. The Only Way to Love is the name of that tune. I like the flip side of this too, called Melinda, kind of a cool doo-woppy record on the flip side. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes here. We're going to be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at 12 midnight tonight. That's when the overtime starts. Johnny G not going away, so if you haven't heard your request, it is coming up here. But here's a request for Big Dave Swinger. This group formed back in 1957 at Mitchell Air Force Base. Now, B. Caslin, owner of Mascot and Hull Records, recorded them and put out their debut single in November of 57, a song entitled Been So Long, which started taking off. Of course, it was leased to Argo Records for national distribution, and they had how many more? I think three more 45's? No, yeah, 3 more. I think 3 more. Charlene, you needed to put that in here. 3 more 45's after that, I think. This is their last release, I think, and my most favorite release by the group, and it features DeFosco Irvin on lead. This is for Big Dave Swinger, October 1958, and my favorite by this group called the Pastels on Mascot. It's called So Far Away for Big Dave.
I want to have you near, but you're
That's the great sound of the Pastels going out to Big Dave Swinger. That's their third release on the Argo record label. So Far Away with DeFosco Irvin on lead. October 1958 release. Remember hearing that. My aunt had Murray the K's LP, I think, for Submarine Race Watchers. I think that was the one that she bought back in 1962. So she didn't have the 45, but she used to play that LP. I remember summer days at my grandmother's house with that big giant fan. She had this big fan that she used to put in the window, and I used to, if you know when you talk through the fan and it makes like a funny noise, but the thing was, the logo of the fan, it was like Air Cool or something, and it looked like little clouds that reminded me of the Rama label. So listen, now you're bringing back fantasies for Johnny G here with these records there. But that is a cool record, my favorite by the Pastels. Let's continue here. Here's one for Joe Shacatano, this singer originally from Providence, Rhode Island, first recorded in 1956 for the J&S record label. I have that record. The folks on 45 Cat want me to play it because they've never heard it before. I should play it. I'll find it and play it here on the show. But that was his first release on J&S, but he had so many releases on Bo and Enrica, Joy, Colpix. He had his biggest hit on Colpix, a song called Hey Girl back in 1963. But here is the very next release after his J&S release, I think, or maybe it was 57 on the J&S, because this is on the Arrow label and arranged by Sammy Lowe. Now this group, George, because Charlene didn't put it in here, but I know they are. This group called the Chimes recorded as another group. So Charlene didn't know, and I would have put it in here. But I know this Chimes group on Arrow became another group. George, I know you know it. Some of you guys in the chat room may know too. But anyway, I just know they were. I just forget who they were. But anyways, from January 58, this is for Joe Shacatano, Freddie Scott with the Chimes on the Arrow label. It's called Please Call for Joe.
Won't you call, won't you call, won't you call, won't you call?
That's a great tune there by Freddie Scott and the Chimes. That's by request for Joe Shacatano. We hope he is feeling better. Joe is under the weather tonight, but he is tuned into the show. And the Chimes, of course, thank you, George and Marvin Pod. They were the 5 pennies, the 4 jokers, and the 4 pennies. Yes, January 58 release, Freddie Scott and the Chimes on Arrow. Please call. Please email Johnny G at vinyltreasures@aol.com if you're digging on the show. I get so many cool emails of people the first time they found the show. I ask them, it's like a suggestion, like on YouTube. It comes up. And I don't know what the algorithm does. There is an algorithm of some sort on YouTube that does that. But let's continue here. We are in 1958, and here is another request for Ronnie Sherman for this. It came out on the Clock label. I guess there was really only one big hit on the Clock label, wouldn't that be? I think that was the Happy Organ back in 59 by Dave Baby Cortez. But this group, they were from Newark, New Jersey. Now, the writer on this is Arthur Salicetti, and he was also the lead singer of this group. They were known as the Rhythm Stars. This is from November of 1958. This is by request for Ronnie Sherman, the Rhythm Stars on the Clock label. It's called Lynn, Lynn. This is for Ronnie.
Lynn, oh Lynn.
Just one chance at our romance. I know that you'll find that maybe I'm your kind, and if you do, you know that I'll always love you. Oh, I look into your eyes and I see the skies, so beautiful, beautiful, just like you. I hear your voice and I've no choice but to seek love from you, oh Lynn. Seek love from you, oh Lynn, oh Lynn, oh, I need you, oh Lynn.
There you go with that cold ending there. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman. The Rhythm Stars, the name of the group, and lead singer on that, Arthur Salicetti, the lead singer, November 1958 for Ronnie Sherman. Lynn is the name of the tune. That came out on the Clock label. Now, this lead singer and his fellow group member, Nick Puccio, they would become the Nicardi Brothers, recording for ABC Paramount Records, and that other singer with him, Nick later on became an actor in films and also on the NYPD Blue series. So you can go and check him out. Johnny G coughing here with the allergies. I apologize for that. We are in 1958. Here's one for Evan Blatt. This is on Burt Lancaster. He was part owner of this label, Date Records, and he was also part owner of the publishing on this 45, but I have no information on the group. They're called called The Temples, and it's a great tune. This is requested by Evan Blatt, April 58, The Temples on the Date label. It's called Whispering Campaign. For Evan.
Oh, whispering campaign. Please believe that I adore you. When you don't, it brings me pain. Don't you listen to the gossip of a whispering campaign. Whispering campaign. Yes, I had some other dates, dear, but they all have been in vain. All they done is start the gossip of a whispering campaign. Whispering campaign. Don't believe in what you hear, dear. Most of the time it's never true. Just believe the real thing, the real thing. I belong to you. So let's show them we're together, and their loss will be our gain. Let them tell the world I love you with their whispering campaign. Whispering campaign. With their whispering campaign. Whispering campaign. With their whispering campaign.
That's going out to Evan Blatt there. That's a cool tune by The Temples. The Temples on the Date label, song entitled Whispering Campaign. That is the name of that tune. We are 1958, and here is a request for... this is Daniel Kubacki's request, Charlene. You got the wrong one on there. This is for Daniel Kubacki as we go back to Philadelphia. This group had a total of 8 singles on different labels. Initially, they signed with Red Top Records. This was their debut single. I think this was their debut single, Charlene. But this is from September 1958. I think they're all singing on this. It doesn't really feature the voice of Garnet Mims. I think it's on the flip side that you hear Garnet Mims. But these are the Gainers. The Gainers, this is, I think, the B-side to their debut single from September 58. It's called Gonna Rock Tonight. This is for Daniel.
Let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. Let's hop, slop, and do the stroll. Let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. And joy's gonna rock tonight. Let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. Let's hop, slop, and do the stroll. Let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. And joy's gonna rock tonight. Well, the party starts jumping at the farmer's ball. The monkey was dancing on the edge of a car. The party went on, but the crowd didn't mix. Well, they all got together and they got fixed. So let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. Let's hop, slop, and do the slow. Let's walk, talk to the rock and roll. And joy's gonna rock tonight.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. It's known for the flip side of this 45 called The Secret. I think that's the flip on this. Is it The Secret, I think, which I prefer, by the way. No, Follow Me is the flip side on this one. See, Follow Me is the flip here, guys. Got to hear that record. Anyway, that's on Red Top Records. Not easy to find on the Red Top record label. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki, the Gainers there, and they're all singing together. Of course, September 58 on Red Top. Gonna Rock Tonight. Let's continue. Here we are. One more, I think, in 1958. This is for Sugar Bear Sterling. Now, I'm not gonna mess this up for you, Sugar Bear, even though you're not too happy with your dinner tonight, but so hopefully this will cheer you up. This group, they're originally from Buffalo, New York. They first recorded on the Mercury label as the Playboys, but then with their next release, I think they opted out of their contract with Mercury Records because Tom Shannon and Phil Todaro, they were starting a new record label in Buffalo called Shantod Records, and they were local to Buffalo, and they asked them to come on board to be to record, and they decided to do that. And this is from December of 1958. This is for Sterling, The Graduates. It features John Capello on lead, and this was a big record that I used to hear on the Gus Gossard Show because he played this record a lot. John Capello, he's the lead singer. This was a big #1 record on WBNY. If you were tuned in Buffalo, New York. The Graduates on Shantod. For Sterling, it's called Ballad. Well, actually, Charlene, this one's called, yes, Ballad of a Girl and Boy. This is for Sterling. That's going out to Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Graduates. The Graduates released in December of 1958 on the Shantod record label. Ballad of a Girl and Boy with John Capello as the lead singer. Now, what happened was there was another release about almost a year later, January 1959, and this is, you requested this record twice. Well, it's almost a battle of the groups, we'll call it, but it's really not a battle of the groups because it's the same group, but it actually is a different cut because what happened was one of the guys that owned the label, Phil Todardo, he was trying to get more mileage out of his hit song, so he sold the master to Dick Lawrence, who owned the First label, First Records out of New York City, and they re-released the record, but it is a different an alternate take, so it's still the same group and it's still the same lead singer. His name is John Capello, but it's different. And they put it out as the Question Marks, and this charted number 5 on WMCK in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This one. So you can compare which one you like better. But it's like a twin request for Sugar Bear Sterling. This one from January 59. The Graduates became the Question Marks, but this is an alternate take released on the First label. It's called Ballad of a Girl and Boy. This is for Sterling.
Bip, bip, bop. Bip, bip, bop.
This is the story of a girl and a boy whose hearts were once filled with love and with joy. Although they were young, their hearts always knew that theirs was a love which was true. And then one day, well, she went away, but her love and her hopes, they were there to stay. He knew that someday she would return, for his was a love which would burn. This was a story of a girl and a boy whose hearts were once filled with love and with joy, and now they live a happy life, 'cause they are joined as man and
There you go. That's an alternate take going out to Sugar Bear Sterling there. The Question Marks. Which one did you like better there? I think this one sounded maybe less instrumentation possibly. Oh, you heard that guitar in the beginning there. January 59 for Sugar Bear Sterling. The Question Marks. Question Marks on the First label, Ballad of a Girl and Boy. Let's continue here. We got a couple more in 1959. Let's go back to Philadelphia, PA, with a request for Jimmy Amato. It's a rare 45. Came out on the Norgold record label. It was Hal Norton and William Gorgol's Norgold label. The group was named after a popular shoe style. So how many out there owned the Daytons? Did you have a pair of Daytons? Do they have a size 14? Actually, I need a, since the blood pressure pills have been swelling up my ankles and my feet, so I need like a bigger shoe size. So I wear a 14. So do they have size 15 Daytons? I don't know. But anyway, this is for Jimmy Amato from 1959. Salome Bay, he's the lead singer on this. It's from 1959. The Daytons on the Norgold label. It's called King of Broken Hearts for Jimmy. Called the Daytons. The Daytons, after I would need a pair of Dayton shoes. You can mail them to Johnny G, 1959. That's for Jimmy Amato. The Daytons on Norgold. King of Broken Hearts is the name of that tune. And let's this next group, they're out of Springfield, Massachusetts, and this is a request for Rick in Philly. They backed up the Mitlow sisters on the Click label back in 1958. Then they had one more release on the Click label, which is a great one that they do. And then this release came out on Express Records, and then this one on Astra. Okay. And Astra Records is out of Belleville, New Jersey. Is that the case, Charlene? I don't know. The tune written by the second tenor of the group, Clarence Thomas. The lead on this is Major Branch. Major Branch on lead. Let's give a listen to the Dreamtones from October 59. This is for Rick and Philly. It's called A Lover's Answer. This is on the Astra label.
A lover's answer. A lover's answer, a lover's answer. Ooh, ooh. She said she loved me, and we'd never have a part. treasures I'm reaching. When you become mine, to live and to learn, to let a fire burn, but never to be me. No love but me. Our lover's answer is a love of fun. You the treasures I'm reaching. That is a lover's
Those are the Dreamtones there, going out to Rick in Philly. Major Branch on lead. You can hear his voice. Love in the Afternoon is the one they do on the Click label, Rare 45. They do this one from October 59 on Astra Records. A Lover's Answer is the name of the tune. We have two more in 1959. Now, last week I featured the Tabs with their first of two on Noble for Nat Papagallo, called Never Forget. And Marvin Pod asked me if I had their other release on the Noble label, Very Rare 45. And I do. This is their second release on the Noble label, written by group member Johnny Johnson. It features William Gardner on lead. They're all, yeah, they are. He is singing on this. So this is going out to Marvin Pod, a Very Rare 45 from 1959. These are the Tabs on Noble. It's called Oops, O-O-P-S, Oops, for Marvin Pod.
Oops, to my surprise,
I fell in love with you.
oops, to my surprise,
What else could I do? See you in the dark, walking through the park. I fell for you.
oops, to my surprise,
We sat for a while.
oops, to my surprise,
You gave me a sweet smile, holding you so close. Oh, it's the most. I fell for you.
oh, did you ever overpower me with tenderness? Shall me for the greatest feeling that I've ever had was to walk you. Oops, to my surprise,
We walked down the aisle.
oops, to my surprise,
There's heaven in your eyes, darling, when you talk so softly as we walk. I fell for you. Oh yes, I fell.
That's, whoops. What did I do here? What did I drop? As a rare 45 there, that's going out to Marvin Pod there, the second release for a group known as the Tabs from 1959 on Noble Records, song entitled Oops. I was lucky to get that record. It has a little bit of a fixed warp on it, but it is a very rare 45 out of California. And let's continue here. Now, this is a request for Tom Shaughnessy. And this singer, he's from, is it Gretna, Louisiana? His real name is Vincent Francis Guzzo. And but you know him as Mr. Frankie Ford. He was discovered by his manager, or the person that became his manager, Joe Corona, who got him a contract with Johnny Vincent's Ace record label in 1958. Had a big hit with a song called Sea Cruise, but this is the B-side to his third of 7, a song he co-wrote together with Huey Piano Smith. And there is, I didn't really get a chance to research this because Charlene did she adjusted the write-up, I guess, of an old thing that I had from the 60s. But there's a group backing him up on this, and I don't know who it is. Maybe the Supremes, I don't know. But there is a group, and I really didn't know this, so I had this. The upside here is Alimony. That was the A side. But this is the flip side, and it's on Crappy Styrene. I hate styrene. But this is for Tom Shaughnessy, June 1959. This is Frankie Ford. Believe it or not, Frankie Ford on the Ace label. It's called Can't Tell My Heart. This is for Tom Shaughnessy.
There must be a way I can keep on loving you, although I know it's wrong. I can't tell my heart what to do. How can it be wrong? This love is so true. I could never stop now. I can't tell my heart what to do. What to do? Love is a game you can't feel nor explain. I know just why I feel like I do. Oh, if love ever comes to you, you will know that it's true. You can't tell your heart what to do.
Sorry for the crappy styrene press there. I Didn't have time to look for a vinyl copy down in the No Humidity basement. I'm sure I have multiple copies of that record, but this was, because I'm not gonna. If I'm looking through Frankie Ford records down in the No Humidity basement, I'm not gonna pull them. So somehow, when I first was buying stuff out in the wild, you find stuff that's in VG, and this is like one you want to really eliminate. Styrene copies, a no-no for Johnny G, especially if they're played like that. But somebody played that side for it to sound so tingy like that. But that's Frankie Ford and a group. Well, Reed King in our YouTube chat room thinks that it could be Huey Smith and the Clowns there backing him up. That's June 1959. That's the B-side to Alimony. His third of 7 on Ace Records, Can't Tell My Heart. That's for Tom Shaughnessy. Forgot to welcome in the Oldies and More Radio Network here to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you for joining Johnny G on this Saturday evening, actually Sunday morning. Really, we are in overtime here, and we are in 1960 now. This is a request for listener Amnon as we go to the Neptune record label, Donald Shaw's Neptune label, although this gal we heard earlier in the show singing lead with the Hearts, and she also sang lead on the Janettes 1958 release, a rare 45 for that one. But this is her 5th of 7 on Donald Shaw's Neptune label. Now, maybe the Del Rios are backing her up on this, a girl group. I'm not sure, but there's gals on this one. This is Jeanette Baby Washington, Jeanette B. Washington on the label for Amnon, August 1960. It's called Tears Fall. This is on Neptune, and it's for Amnon. Going out to listener Amnon there, the great sound of Jeanette B. Washington, Jeanette Baby Washington, August 1960 on Neptune Records. That's Donald Shaw's Neptune record label, the subsidiary of Moon Records. Tears Fall is the name of the tune. Actually, the girl group that backed Baby Washington on many of her solos were Baby Jane and the Rockabys. There you go. They did a lot of studio work. Probably got that from John Clemente's girl group book. That's probably who they are. Anyway, let's continue now. We are in 1960. This is for Big Dave Swinger. We go back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This group had some big charted hits. You know their songs. Since I Fell for You, This I Swear, It Happened Today, Pennies from Heaven, all big hits for that group. And they perform those, Gail, on American Bandstand. You might be able to see some of those clips on YouTube. But this is one that did not chart for them. It did chart regionally. This was a number 17 record on KQV in Pittsburgh, also number 24 on KRLA out in Los Angeles, and was also played in Philadelphia on WIBG. Features Jimmy Beaumont on lead. This is their 4th of 5 for the Calico record label. For Big Dave Swinger, January 1960, The Sound of the Skyliners here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. It's called How Much?
Darling, if you want me, I'll be there. Be there anytime or anywhere. Just let me know and I will show how much I love you. And if you need me, then just call. There is no task large or small. Just let me be there and you will see, dear, how much I love you. Ask me to move a mountain and the mountain will change its size. Nothing's too hard to conquer when you love with all your might. So, darling, if you love me, let me know. But if you don't, then tell me so. Then go, you must not, knowing just how much I love you. How much I love you. I love you. How much? How much?
That's the great sound of the Skyliners here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's going out to Big Dave Swinger, January 1960. Their 4th of 5 on the Calico record label. Song entitled How Much? Let's move into 1961, as last week, who did I play this for? I played, who did I play, Charlene, A Long Time Alone for? By, it wasn't Kenny Mack. Was it Kenny Mack? I don't know if it was. Maybe it was. Kenny, was that your request? I don't think it was Daryl's request. Something happened with that one there, Charlene. But last week I featured the debut single for Danny Sly Stewart. He was, of course, would eventually become Sly of Sly and the Family Stone. The song was called A Long Time Alone. Now, this week, I think it was Sterling. Was it Sterling? I don't know, as I'm losing my mind here. I didn't go back to check. But either way, we're going to flip it over here because I think it's a great two-sided 45. This is from November of 1961 for whoever I sent this out to. We're going to play the flip side here. This is Danny Sly Stewart on Luke Records. This is the B-side. Yeah. This is the B-side of the 45. It's called I'm Just a Fool. That one there going out. Okay, we got it all figured out now here, but that's for Daryl Letts. Charlene, this information ain't right. It's for Daryl Letts here. That is a Danny Sly Stewart and girl group there, November 61, a B-side to his debut single. It's called I'm Just a Fool. Came out on the Luke label, and last week I played it for Matey Campway, A Long Time Alone. Very rare 45. Of course, the same size Sly Stewart that had Dance to the Music and Everyday People and other releases on Epic Records. And he would re-release this on the GNP label with a different flip side. I have that record too, have featured it here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. So let's continue here and go. We stay out in California with a request for George Tompkins. This is on the Harmonia, I think that's how I say it, the Harmonia label out of Los Angeles, California, for this group called the Sonics that I didn't get a chance to really research. So I can't tell you anything about the group. But I bought this record from Eddie Estrada. I was not happy that the logo had tape on it that tore a part of the Harmonia logo off. But he sold it to me accordingly. So I wasn't gonna complain because I got it pretty cheap. But it's a rare record out of California. This is for George Tompkins, January 61. They're called the Sonics. The Sonics on Harmonia. And the song is called Funny.
Every girl I see seems to glance at me.
Rare California here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. They're called the Sonics. The Sonics on the Harmonia record label. That's going out to George Tompkins, January 1961, song entitled Funny. As we stay in 1961, last week I played a request for Amnon by Yolanda and the Castanets. Amnon requested Meet Me After School, and that was Yolanda DeGilio. I think that's how you pronounce her name, DeGilio, on lead, and the flip side requested by Sugar Bear Sterling and Marvin Pod, and also we'll have to say Darrell Letts, now that he mentioned it in the chat room there. This again produced by Lester Sill and Lee Hazelwood. This came out on the Tandem label. This is from November 61. Let's give a listen to Yolanda and the Castanets for Sterling, Marvin, and for Darrell. It's called What About Me?
She has a boyfriend, loves him with all her heart. She says he told her they would never part. That's fine, that's fine. But what about me? He has a girlfriend, his one desire. He says she's there, his soul on fire. That's fine, that's fine. What about me? Her name is Linda, his name is Tim. He was my lover until she walked in. She flashed a smile, gave him her hand, and from that moment on, he was at her command. Now they're so happy, living as one. Yes, they're married and having so much fun. That's fine, that's fine. What about me? I wanna know. What about me? Somebody tell me. What about me?
Girl group sounds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we are in overtime now. Yolanda and the Castanets, that's for Sterling, Marvin, and Darrell. November 1961. What About Me is the name of that tune. As we continue now, we are going on the last page here. Finally here, and as we say goodnight to George, be safe, okay? Let's continue here, and up next, a request for Ryan Heisey, and this group is out of New York City. They recorded for the Big Top record label. They're called The Visions. They're originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and their first release came out on Warwick in 1959. I think that other Warwick label, not the Morty Kraft label, a different Warwick label. Then they have, then they did one on Brunswick, I think. Then they have two on the Big Top label. This is their first, and who was the lead here? Let me see. Charlene, I don't know how to follow this. Is Baki the lead on this? I know this group then changed their name to Baki and the Visions, and Baki is Robert D. Pasquale. Is he the lead? I don't know, Charlene. I can't tell from this. But anyway, this is November 61. This is for Ryan Heisey. These are the Visions on Big Top Records. It's called All Through the Night.
Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee all through the night.
That group out of Cleveland, Ohio, they're called the Visions. I guess they eventually would become Baki and the Visions, and Robert D. Pasquale, probably the lead singer on that. And that one there from November 1961. It's on the Big Top record label, their first of two. That's for Ryan Heisey. By request for Ryan Heisey, the Visions. We continue now. Let's go to Washington, D.C. for this girl group. This is for Matey Campboy, as one of the group members here was cousin to Billy Stewart, who introduced them to Bo Diddley, and he was instrumental with them recording for Leonard Chess's Checker label. They were called the Impalas. Now, this group would eventually record for the Start label as the Four Jewels, but prior to that, they were known as the Impalas. It features Sandra Peoples on lead. This is by request for Matey Campway, and a rare record, too. This is not easy to find. From November 61, the Impalas on Checker. It's called I Need You So Much. This is for Matey.
I need so much, so much, so much, so much. I want so much, so much, so much, so much. I need you near me each and every night to hold me, yes, hold me, oh, hold me so tight, 'cause I love you, yes, I love you, oh, so much, so much. I want you near me each and every night to hold me, oh, hold me, yes, hold me so tight, 'cause I love you, yes, I love you, oh, so much. I need, yes, I love you so, and I want you forevermore. Say you love me,
That's going out to my number one California listener, Matey Campboy. They're called the Impalas. They're out of Washington, D.C. That's their debut single. Well, actually, if you want to call them the Four Jewels that recorded for Start Records, that is the same group. November 1961, the Impalas, with Sandra Peoples on lead. That's on the Checker label. I Need You So Much is the name of the tune. Let's continue. We are in 61. Let's go back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with a request for listener Joe Shacatano. It's the group's only release. Came out on Lenny Martin and Bill Lawrence's Alana label, and they are called Elroy and the Excitements. Now, Elroy, the lead singer, is Leroy Grammer. Leroy Grammer, he's on lead. This is from April 61. It's on Alana Records for Joe Shacatano, Elroy and the Excitements, and My Love Will Never Die.
I'll keep loving
My love will never die. Need to say goodbye.
Going out to Joe Shacatano there, Elroy and the Excitements. The name of the group, April 1961, My Love Will Never Die, came out on the Atlanta record label. I don't know if I said that, but the lead singer there, Leroy Grammer, he is the lead on that. In 1962, they would record for Romac Records as the Enchantments. If you know the song called Lonely Heart, we'll play the flip side of that excuse me, for Reed King next Saturday night. We continue now. We stay in 61, back to New Haven, Connecticut, with this request for Amnon. This is actually a duo. They are Fred Paris and Lou Peebles, and they were previously, of course, you know, Fred Paris, he was previously a member of the Five Satins, the lead singer, and so was Lou. And this is the first of two on Slim Rose's Wall label. And they're called the New Yorkers. And they also recorded as the Wildwoods on the Caprice label. But here they are as the New Yorkers. This is for Amnon, March 61, the first of two on Wall. It's called Parentheses at Night, Dream a Little Dream. This is for Amnon.
La 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 la.
Shadows are green.
a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream. Dream, dream, dream.
Johnny G getting caught at the end of the show here. Yes, I am. There you go. That's for Emnon, the New Yorkers there. That's on Slim Rose's Wall label. They're called the New Yorkers. They're really Fred Paris and Lou Peebles. And that one there from March 61, the New Yorkers, their first of two, called At Night. Dream a Little Dream is the name of the tune. Let's continue here. We are in 1962 now, and let's go to Chicago, Illinois for The Impressions. This is for Rick in Philly. This is a cover song. This tune originally done by Johnny Ace back in 1954 for Duke, but so many groups recorded this. We're actually going to have a battle of the groups on this one. And this features Curtis Mayfield on lead, and they do a great rendition of this from April 62. This is for Rick and Philly. Let's give a listen to The Impressions on ABC Paramount with their rendition of the tune, Never Let Me Go.
Just let me love you tonight. Forget about tomorrow. My darling, won't you hold me tight and never let me go? Let me go. Dry your eyes, no tears, no sorrow. Cling to me with all your might and never let me go. Let me go. A million times or more we said we never part, but lately I find that you're a stranger in my heart. Give me the right in summer or springtime. Let me tell the world that you are mine and never let me go. Never let me go.
That's the great sound of The Impressions there from April 1962 on ABC Paramount Records, their rendition of the Johnny Ace tune, Never Let Me Go. Let's do a little bit of another comparison here. And this is actually a request. This was an old request for George Tompkins. Let's move all the way up to August of 1967 for another rendition of this tune, as done by Eddie Holman. I think, is it the Philadelphia Larks that are backing him up? Some group is backing him up on this. I was talking to George Tompkins about it, so I didn't get a chance to research this, but this is from August 67, and let's tell me which you like better. I mean, I think it's tough for me, but it's Eddie Holman. This is for George Tompkins. This is on the Parkway label. This is his final release on Parkway, and this is Eddie Holman's rendition of Never Let Me Go.
Just let me
There you go. That's the Impressions tune, although probably a little bit more contemporary. Not Impressions. That's Eddie Holman's version of that. Although, remember that was recorded in August of 1967. Or I should say released in August of 1967 with a group, Never Let Me Go, and then we put it against the Impressions on ABC Paramount from April 62. That's August 67. Let's go to March 62 with this request for Ryan Heisey, for this singer out of Brooklyn, New York. His name is just Joey, but his real name is Joey Colombo. Now, this is on a label called Taurus Records, and he would later have releases on Taurus under his original name, but on this one he was just known as Joey. Now the group backing him up on this, they're the Del Chords, also recorded for the Taurus label as Donnie and the Del Chords. This is from March 62. This is for Ryan Heisey. This is Joey, aka Joey Colombo, on Taurus. It's called A Place in Your Heart.
Do you know how much I care? Can you see the touch I bear? All the love I cannot hide, all the dreams I keep inside. I want you to find me a place in your heart. Can you see
Has gone out to Ryan Heisey. I actually like that song there by Joey. His name is Joey, March 1962 on the Taurus label, A Place in Your Heart. And he's being backed up there by the Del Chords on that tune. We continue here. 3 more 45s to go. Then Johnny G's Sonnet. Wait, is that what? No, I got a little bit more. Jesus, look what time it is already. Gotta hurry up here. And this is actually for Matey Campboy as we go out to Phoenix, Arizona. This is an unreleased master that Val Shively put out on his Monogram record label as this group of servicemen from Phoenix, Arizona, recorded for Floyd Ramsey's Ramco label in 1962. You might know the song called Blue Feeling. I have that 45, but they return here backing up this singer from Phoenix, Arizona. His name is Tyrone Bean, and they recorded this in early 1963. It was not released until 1976 when Val Shively put this out. And it's actually a cover song. This was first recorded back in 1955 by the Dandeliers on States. This is from I guess early 63. These are the Versatiles on the Monogram label and their rendition of the tune My Autumn Love. This is for Matey Campboy.
Falling leaves, falling leaves, falling leaves, falling leaves, falling leaves, falling leaves. The leaves are falling now over the ground. They are covering the vine. What's left now? My autumn love, where can she be? Yes, I must have lost her now. Out my misery, my autumn love, where can she be tonight?
That's a great tune. Glad that Val Shively released that one out on his Monogram record label. 1963, a recording from issued in 1976 by the Versatiles, and the lead singer on that is Tyrone Bean. He's the lead singer there. Who did it? Somebody wrote an article about this group there. Oh, I can't remember his name. Johnny G drawing a blank. But that's great rendition of the tune My Autumn Love. Let's continue here. Back to Philadelphia we go. This is a request for J. Howard Duff. He requested this last Saturday night. He's going to have to check it out in the archive unless he's tuned in. And he wanted to hear this group out of Philadelphia. They had a big hit with their second release on the Parkway record label, a song called The Bristol Stomp. But this is their 7th of 13 on Parkway, written by the lead singer of the group, Len, I think it's Borisov. Not Borisov, yeah. Len Borisov. He wrote the song, a.k.a. that's Len Barry. This charted number 41 on KFXM in San Bernardino, California. These are the Dovells from January 63 on Parkway. This is for J. Howard Duff. It's called You Can't Run Away From Yourself.
Run, but you can't run away from yourself.
And leave them all behind. Every time to sing. Run, 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 but you can't run away from yourself.
That's the first time I ever played that here on the Vinyl Treasure Show for J. Howard Duff. That's Len Barry and the Dovells, January 1963 release on the Parkway record label. Their 7th of 13 for Parkway. You Can't Run Away from Yourself is the name of the tune. Let's go to Miami, Florida. This is another rare 45. This is for listener Tom Shaughnessy. It's by a gal, her name is Mary Hyler, and this is a cover tune. This song first done by the Quintones. I think that's it, unless they kind of adapted the song, because the song is called We Walk Down the Aisle, so it's kind of like that would have to, I guess it inspired her to, or I should say that Quintones song inspired her to sing this. It's she's being backed up with a group called Bill Raleigh. Wait, backed her up. Let's see. It says she co-wrote this with Bill Raleigh, who backed her up with the Lighters. Now, this is from 1963. This is Mary Hyler. Mary Hyler on the L-Lore label. So maybe they own this label, but it's a hard record to find. Let's give it a spin for Tom Shaughnessy. It's called We Walked Down the Aisle.
We walked down the aisles, we walk down the aisles, we walk down the aisles of love. We walk down the aisle, down the aisle. My baby gave me your smile. We walk down the that all we could do is just try. We exchange our power to love one another just about life. Just as we walk down the aisle, my baby, yes he did, gave me all smile. We walked down with 10 smiles, while my gown covered flower dials. I love you more than I did before. And as we walk a happy mile. And I just want to say right here, it's my baby, yes he did, gave me that smile. So come on home.
Jazz going out to Tom Shaughnessy, Mary Hyler. Mary Hyler from 1963, an inspired tune by the Quintones. We Walk Down the Aisle of Love. It definitely is, but there are different lyrics there. It's on the Elor label out of Miami, Florida. We Walk Down the Aisle. That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy. And let's go back to Val Shively was the manager of this next group, and it's a request for Ryan Heisey. I don't play much in a cappella here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, but the group is from, is it Ardmore, Pennsylvania? I don't know, but this group recorded under different names. Okay, they recorded as the Contenders, the Captions, the Five Scripts, the Five SHITS. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Also the Beatles, the Revolvers, the Zeppers, and on this release they're known as the Litations. And they're doing a cover tune here, their cover of Over the Rainbow. The lead singer on this is Jack Strong. And this came out on Slim Rose's Times Square Records. This is for a Ryan Heisey, December 64 release for the Litations. Jack Strong on lead on Times Square, and their a cappella version of Over the Rainbow for Ryan.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up there's a land that a girl wants. Oh, tell me once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. They fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? Say I wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me. Troubles melt like lemon drops away up on the chimney top. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up well then why then oh why can't I?
There you go. That's a grainy 45 there by the Litations for Ryan Heisey. There you go, December 1954 on Times Square Records, Over the Rainbow. Yes, I know, Linda, that he has a lot of 45s. I've never purchased a 45 directly from Val Shively in all of my collecting days. I have purchased 45s from other collectors and dealers that have bought from Val, but I never have. His prices were always high for me. I mean, compared to today, if I would have bought them back then, you know, I think you could make some money in that investment. But not today, you can't. You really can't be investing in 45s unless you're getting them out in the wild for pennies. So you really have to look at collecting for your enjoyment. That's really the main reason. You can't look at it for investment purposes. So at least I don't look at it that way because, you know, the records are like the stock market. Some are worth, and again, you know, if somebody wants it, it's worth something. So I know for all my collecting years, everything that I purchased in my collection that Val has is way higher than what I paid for it, going way back. So just think of all the money I saved. Not that I was being thrifty, I just wasn't impulsive. But yes, he does have a lot of records, I'm sure, and stuff that I probably need that probably cost a lot. But let's continue here. 2 more 45s to go. Johnny G's got to sign off here. This is a request for Timothy. Yes, for Timothy. As you know, this group from Staten Island, New York, they had a big hit in 1958. That was actually the #1 record on the day I was born, September 3rd, a song called Little Star by the Elegants. But they recorded on so many other labels. Here's one they did on the Laurie label. Of course, Vito Pacone, the lead singer of the Elegants, or it looks like the Elegantes on this one, but it's from June 65. These are the Elegants on Laurie. This is for Timothy, and Johnny G is going to wake you up with a song called Wake Up.
Whoa. Swell, wake up and see the one who loves you. Wake up and see the one who loves you. I wanna be more than a friend to you. I wanna love you your whole life through. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I wanna say now, say that you are mine. Come on, baby, give your love to me. Wake up and see the one who loves you. Wake up and see the one who loves you. Chapalapa, 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 chapalapa. Wake up and see the one who loves you. Chapalapa, chapalapa, oh.
There you go, by request. That's for Timothy. Timothy in our YouTube chat room there, the sound of Vito Pacone and the Elegants, or Elegantes, however you want to say it. That one there from June of 1965. It's on the Laurie record label. Song entitled Wake Up. Well, wake up. Time for Johnny G to go. That's going to do it for the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Maybe I have a request you might like to hear. You got to let me know what it is, and I will feature it for you if I have it, if I can find it in my mess of 45s. But if I don't, maybe I'll purchase it, although I'm not making any big purchases now because I'm not on I haven't gotten my pension yet. Got to turn 65, so I'm counting down the months. So hopefully that will be sooner, as we're getting through this year pretty quick. And so then what, I got to get to September of next year, and then I'll be able to buy records again galore. But anyway, thank you for tuning in this evening tonight. Hope you enjoyed the show. I apologize for it going this long. It is pretty long, but thank you all again for tuning in, and I'll be back next Saturday night at 9 o'clock, 9 to 12, and actually, 9 to 12 midnight, but we always do overtime, and today it's way too long. But anyway, so I'm just going to sign off here. We're going to close the show tonight with a request for Ryan Heisey. He must have a thing for Val Shively. No, a thing for the group, because we just heard from the Litations earlier from December 64. This is 1966. and this is on the Java label. I think that was Val Shively's label, Java Records too. But here they are as the Contenders. Of course, they do a great tune called The Clock, and the flip side of this tune is a song called Hedda Hedda. I think that was it. But Ryan requested the ballad, and again, it features Jack Strong on lead. So our closer tonight is a request for Ryan Heisey from 1966, The Contenders on Java. It's called I Know Somewhere. That's going to do it, folks. Again, if you missed any of the show, it will be on momentarily right here on YouTube, so you can check it out. You won't have the chat, though. That doesn't show up. And if you enjoy the show tonight, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. You have to sign into YouTube, though. You have to sign up on YouTube in order to subscribe and also to come into the chat room. But anyway, Johnny G is beat. I gotta go. I'll see some of you this coming Wednesday. I have a soul show on Wednesday night at 9 o'clock right here on YouTube and also on Oldies and More Radio. So join me if you like the soul tunes. If you like the 50s, join me next Saturday at 9 p.m. right here on YouTube, and I'll be on Oldies and More Radio at midnight. But anyway, folks, thank you all again. I'll see you next Saturday night. Just want to say, everybody, so long for Ryan.
Don't make much difference to me. For wherever I have to travel and wherever I must roam, I'll bring my baby back home. I know that someday I'll look in her eyes and then maybe realize that somewhere there's a girl